is what you can see. Okay, now I have a better image of the process that was completed a few days ago. What I did was, well, first of all, let me talk to you guys for a little bit. When you read the title and you see that I am actually enjoying the lockdown, that's true. There's a lot of reasons why, but I will tell you that when I moved to the Florida Keys in 1993, Big Al, that's one of the only channels worth watching in today's world. He hasn't given up. And the other guy, who's gone what appears to look silent, is not silent. He was all over Ruby Galazza's channel and Flywood's One channel, harassing them on Facebook. So you people that have gone dormant with your uploads, you are what is called in the Bible backsliding on your duties, YouTube duties. You're slackers. The Bible would call you backsliders, but not Big Al. So one of the things that I moved to the Florida Keys for was for peace and quiet and solitude. And then when I bought my house in Key Largo, it was 10,000 plus square feet of land right on a deep water canal in a neighborhood where, when I bought that house in June of 1999, one car every other day would go by the front of my house. One car, maybe. And then they decided to destroy the Florida Keys by building up the Florida Keys. And when I say build it up, houses on my block went from $238,000 to well over $1 million for the same house just 3 or 4 years later. So it was way more crowded than I wanted it to be, but I did live still in a secluded area. But when I moved to the Philippines, I picked out another secluded area, just like living in the Florida Keys. And when I say secluded, I mean secluded with everything I need to satisfy or satiate my seclusion needs. A place to work, a place to enjoy the ocean, more specifically swimming, and a place that was peaceful and calm in nature. And that's where I moved in the Philippines. Now, I had visited, unlike some other people who their idea of traveling is to the same beach every day for 3 years. That's not exactly touring the Philippines, but I visited probably 60 or 70 places. I didn't videotape all of them, but a lot of it was on the ocean in different places. But I actually ended up settling 2 blocks away from where I moved to, in Bohol, after I looked all over the Philippines for a more secluded and nature type area. It turned out I lived a block away from where I wanted to be. So during the course of that time, the powers that be decided to build up this area. And when I moved here, I was the only foreigner living on the block. And there was only one car. Maybe that would be the truck that picked up the garbage that would go down the road. Sometimes for 3 or 4 days at a time, you wouldn't see a car. You'd see some motorcycles going to the beach, but not a car. And then they built up the area where now there are 3 hotels, big hotels, big diving resorts, and they're going to build another 1,000 rooms left and right of me. But in the interim, after they started doing all this building, the place got devastated. the water, the garbage that was being dropped, not on purpose, but blown out of the back of trucks like plastic bags and paper cups and stuff like that, got to be out of control. I'm going to sit down here for a minute. And the people who were my friends, hello, walkabout in Thailand. I heard they locked you guys down pretty good. Of course I'm going to work today. I'm going to build I'm going to finish painting where I did the welding on those wheelbarrows over there. You'll see the nose of the wheelbarrow. The welding is done, the grinding is done. And I have the paint and the thinnest pad to paint the noses of the wheelbarrows, because I have something that I need to do with those. Yeah, I heard that you got locked down really bad. I was talking to Jack Thompson, and he has big awareness of what's going on in Thailand. He said they locked you guys down. See, that's another reason. He said they locked you down where they want you to start wearing Tyvek suits and masks and shields in certain places. I don't know if he was serious about the Tyvek suits, but now, walkabout in Thailand, I know who you are. I've seen you make comments in different places, but if you followed me for 10 or 12 years, that's right. That I did read that in the paper. There are more restrictions coming today. They're going to enforce or even reinstitute more restrictions in Thailand. Thanks for making people aware of that. But if you followed me since 2010, I said this was coming. I have one of my most famous videos that I ever made. It was called, in quotation marks, "They Want You Dead." And the reason and the methodologies in which they were going to destroy this world were the pollution, the allowance of pollution in our drinking water via chemicals that most of you people have no idea. One lonely farmer, Wes, he talk about chemicals. That man works with fertilizers. It's good morning, Wes. That man, One Lonely Farmer, probably has one of the best. Well, the only farm channel I watch. I've tried to watch other people, but One Lonely Farmer has a channel where Wes, the man who just left the comment, he's like myself, but even at a much younger age, how I used to be, going out there and knocking the work out all day, 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then when I took on vacation, I was on vacation. But Wes will be working when the rest of the crew is off, which is what I did. I would go to the barge and change the brakes on a crane or something like that when no one was around, because I like the peace and solitude. But Wes, he's another real man doing real work during the lockdown. The lockdown didn't stop him. Now, I did see your video last week, Wes, where you explained how corn, GMO modified corn, and how that possibility exists or probability exists with the you're welcome, with the jabba dabba do, and how your workaround. I would keep that to myself. Actually, that workaround that you had, I think it's a great idea, but I think I would keep it to myself, because they are really clamping down on any negativity about that thing that you were talking about. What you're talking about is all true. So, and Wes was talking about how modified corn is changed genetically, and when you add something in a GMO based product, you take something away from it. And this jabba dabba do thing is adding something to the human genome, and if Wes's calculations are correct, it's going to take something away. Now, there have been all kinds of theories as to what it takes away, mostly revolving around the pineal gland or the third eye or the actually, if you Google the God gene or the pineal gland and with the jabba dabba do, how it's going to make people less religious, which probably is a good thing, because these religious fanatics, they do some crazy stuff in the name of the God, in the name of the Lord, in the name of the Lord. Sperm, sperm is already sperm is no the sperm has already been reduced by 50%. Sperm has already been reduced. Okay, so he's right about the sperm count. Now, I can't show you my sperm count. I mean, but I'm going to tell you something that when I was 20 years old, let's just say my sperm count was at 90%. If I would have been 20 years old in the year 1900, my sperm count would have been 100%. Now, someone that's 20 years old today, their sperm count is at 50% of what normal sperm count would have been in 1900. However, by the year 20 by the year 2030, the sperm counts of an average 20-year-old man will be about 20% of that of a man in the year 1900. But the good fertilized eggs from a female will also have the same lessened quality and productivity of the eggs. But by the year 2050, the only way, except for people that live in some remote place in the world, I don't know where, but some place where, like nature, they live off of nature, they don't take chemicals, they don't eat GMO modified foods. In the year 2050, there will be zero or close to zero natural births. You'll have to be artificially inseminated. That's a fact. You can look it up, you can Google it. From the PVCs, polyvinyl chlorides, and something else that's in the plastic, bisoprolol or bisoprolol, something like that, it reduces the sperm count. That's why everything is in plastic now. But also from the chemicals in the water and fluoride and these jabba dabba doos. This is the goal, is to reduce the population down to 500 million people by the year 2050. Actually, it's 2030, and actually they're doing it now. But let's just give them 2050. They're going to do that. You're not going to stop it. You're not going to stop it. I'm not going to stop it. I tried to make you people aware of what was going on for 10 years, 11 years now, with the politics of the government, how everything they do is against making society a better place. There is nothing that the government does to make society a better place. Nothing at all. Don't believe that Trump was ever going to help America, because he never was. I said he was a piece of garbage from day one. Don't believe it's going to happen in the Biden White House. The fact that they blocked President Trump from being on YouTube and Twitter, and nothing could be done about it. Now, what is that? It's 4 months now? They blocked the President of the United States from going on YouTube and Twitter. And you think me or someone like Wes, even though he has a much larger following, over 100,000 subscribers, you think that we're going to change things? It's not going to happen. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. I've been saying it's not going to get better. Nothing is going to get better. I watch a lot of stuff separate from the YouTube genre of the Philippines and or Thailand and other Southeast Asian countries. I watched this morning an hour of disgusting video by Scripps Oceanographic Institute, disgusting lies, half-truths, and propaganda by the scientists in charge of the program at Scripps Oceanographic Institute in California, in La Jolla, at the top of the bluffs. And I know that institute well. I used to go there when I lived in California and walk down the bluffs. So I've been in the institute. It's a huge, huge foundation. This guy, I keep telling you it's going to get worse. You have no idea how much pollution the government tells you that you're breathing. Cow farts are going to change the carbon dioxide in the world. You go to the Scripps channel. Go to the Scripps channel from this morning. The government dropped hundreds of thousands of 55-gallon drums right between Catalina Island and Los Angeles, full of DDT between World War II and 1972. And they're telling you that cow farts are going to change the environment. The government uses 99% of all the fuel, diesel fuel and gasoline in the world, in America. And they're telling you that you have to have a car that gets 60 miles to the gallon. Do you know what those aircraft carriers... I know I'm getting sidetracked, but you know what those an aircraft carrier uses $7 million worth of JP4 a month and $7 million worth of diesel fuel a week when they're on maneuvers. The ones that are not nuclear powered. And the nuclear fuel has been dumped for hundreds of thousands or millions of pounds of spent nuclear fuel has been dumped all over the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. They just don't tell you about it. The government is not here to help you. I mean, they make it sound like they're going to help you. They've never helped you. They're never going to help you. You got to get this through your head that this plan, this 100-year, much more than 100 years, but I actually proved that the plan was, before they built the Great Pyramid, was to build up this society that we live in now and then destroy it at a certain point in time. I wrote about this in my book, Angels on the Ark. I'm not kidding about this. This is going to happen. It's going to happen to you. Not going to happen to me. I probably have less than 30 years left to go here. And in probably 10 years, I won't care at all. I'll have my hotel built, which is what I'm going to do, is I'm going to walk down to the ocean to show you why my hotel is in one of the most beautiful spots in the entire Philippines. That was affordable to me then, but would not be affordable to me in today's world. Just to get you people to understand that I chose the right place at the right time for the right reasons. But the lockdown, the progressive construction destroyed where I lived. But now the lockdown made it a beautiful place again. I see some comments. Let's check this out. Chad. If you've been following me for 10 years, I never said anything different. If you go to my channel, you're going to see that the Ark of the Covenant in pictographic formats on the dollar bill. Because, now this is going to sound strange to some people, and I don't care what it sounds like. The entities, the beings, the creatures, the aliens, or the advanced civilization of peoples that made the $1 bill, that built the $1 bill and wrote the Bible, are the same, have the same ancestral background. Nothing human wrote the Bible, and nothing human made the $1 bill. Nothing. Humanity, no human, no amount of humans in the year 1934 could have created the $1 bill. There is no proof that it was ever done by mankind or what we consider mankind. It just appeared one day. There is a story that the dollar bill was sequestered. Is the light good here? That the dollar bill was sequestered, was built by several drawings from 13 people that was sequestered to make drawings for the dollar bill. That's a story that has no truth to it whatsoever. The people were sequestered and brought to Washington, D.C., but the drawings that they submitted, if you go to the records, have nothing to do with the drawings or the pictographs that are on the dollar bill. So something otherworldly, you can call it aliens, or you could just call it an advanced race of beings that has always lived on this planet. Not for our lifetimes, but for billions of years. They have built up the society, and they're going to destroy it. We are in the phase of the destruction mode, where we and people that are born today will watch the destruction of the world, and there might even be records of it 20 years from now. I mean, they have whitewashed the internet for so much truth. When Obama came into office, he printed $17 billion worth of money. I know because my friend Gary, who worked for Pitney Bowes, fixed the machines, but there's no record of that. When Fukushima had its so-called earthquake and tsunami, there's no record of the actual event and 6 hours after the event. It's all gone. It's been whitewashed. It's all been changed. Jim Stone, Jim Stone has the truth on his website. I talked about this thousands of times. You people don't listen. The end is near. The end is near. They got you people to the point where you're happy that they have food in the supermarket. And what are they really doing? They're taking your savings away from you. One bag of groceries at a time. What stores are open? McDonald's, junk food, as far as I'm concerned. Jollibee gives me no pleasure to eat Jollibee. It tastes okay, but I think it's way overpriced. I mean, you could spend American dollars, you could spend $12 in Jollibees to get a decent meal, and for that same price, 600 pesos, you can buy 2 kilos of pork, of the best lean pork there is, and make your own really good pork. But what is open? Jollibees, McDonald's, Wendy's, junk food. All the good restaurants are closed. In this guy walking in Thailand, they just closed everything in Thailand down. Everything. All the restaurants, all the food stores. They did away with alcohol there, but food is available. They're taking your money, $200 or $300, $400 at a time for your grocery bills, and they're depleting your bank account for no reason whatsoever. There's no proof. There's no proof. There's no little vial, like a little, they have these let me see if I can show this to you. You see this thing here? It's the pen for the, it's the pen for the, for the gadget. The Center for Disease Control has, whoa, that's a big one. That's a, a spider wasp. He comes around every day, but sometimes he goes right into my ear. They look in little holes for spiders. He hasn't done that in a few weeks, but the Center for Disease Control, they have these little vials. They look a little bit like this, and they're in kryptonite, hydrogen, or whatever, something cold, and they're frozen. And in the little vials, they have a sample of the Black Plague, and they have a sample of the AIDS virus and the SARS virus. I know I'm jumping around here, but that's okay, because I'm trying to make a point. The point is you're screwed. Okay, so they have these samples from all over the world, from all different times in history, of the different viruses. Well, do you know that thousands of doctors and hundreds of universities have asked the CDC for a vial of the coronavirus? Reasonable, right? So they could have a control group. They call it a control. So the Center of Disease Control has a little vial of the Black Plague, and they'll give someone, an institution like a university that's doing research, they'll give them a sample, so they have a control sample. You know, there is no control, none. It doesn't exist. They don't have one. They never had one, and they're never going to have one. They have no sample for the coronavirus. It's fictitious. It's according to the Center for Disease Control, they don't have a sample of the most important thing that ever hit the world. So now they locked you down, and they've trained you to believe that this is a normal way of life. If you want to see how bad you've been deceived, I don't know if Steve Montella's channel is still up, but Steve read a letter with 18 reasons that this lockdown is probably more fictional than reality this morning. I don't know if his channel is still up, but you got to give him kudos for that. So when people asked for the control substance from the CDC, there is none. Now, there was a part of Steve's dissertation that he read a letter from this morning saying that the average virus mutates every 10 or 12 hours. There's all kinds of proof that this thing doesn't exist the way they said it exists. And why, if Donald Trump was a real true American, why did he institute Operation Warp Speed with no controls, with no proof that it was going to work? Because he's part of the plan, which digresses me back to the plan is to eliminate the population of the world again. This is not the first time they've done it. You can Google underwater cities worldwide, and you're going to find 100 actual physical videos. Most of it's half-truth and deception. Most of it's propaganda. But the cities existed 30, 50,000, 100,000 years ago. They're real cities, statues, buildings, steps, under thousands of feet of water in some cases and under hundreds of feet of water in other cases. Either way, 20,000 plus years old. Well, digressing back to my channel, that the Ark of the Covenant was placed on the dollar bill, and to Chad's comment that they're going to remove the dollar. I said to you people 10 years ago, When the dollar is removed from the market, the world ends. And it does. When they do that, the world as we knew it ends. And they're in that process right now. But I also said to you that in the year 2012, Obama would destroy America. And it did. He did it. You weren't listening. You don't believe me. You think I'm crazy? I think you're stupid. I said in the year 2012, Obama would destroy America. And he did. He did it. You're not listening. He created this thing called the North American Trade Agreement, which Chad just mentioned. Chad Summers mentioned a new North American shared with Mexico and Canada denomination. Obama signed the North American Trade Agreement, and that ended America. United States of America is just a words that appears on paper in many pieces of paper. They haven't changed it yet. But in 2012, when the North American Trade Agreement was signed, it ended the sovereignty of America. He did it. But that I told you that was going to happen in 2010, but I read about that happening in 1880. I was not me in 1880, but in 1880, that plan to destroy the built up nation of America, that plan, the year 2012, was a year picked by not just the Mayans for the world to end. The world did end theoretically for Americans, but in the year 1880, they had a plan to bring down America, build it all up until 2012, and then to destroy it. You people don't get it. You just don't get it. You're not listening to me or to the facts. Obama signed the North American Trade Agreement, destroying, theoretically, and in fact, destroying America as a sovereign nation. And I said to you, now I wrote about this back in 2001. I was writing that when the dollar bill disappears from the currency market, the world ends. Now, I didn't even know about the chip. Well, I knew about the chip in the right hand or the forehead from biblical terms, but I didn't know how advanced it was going to be until like after 2010 when really videos started coming out about it. But they had this plan for 140 years. What's going on today? They had the plan to destroy America from 1880. It's in books that you probably won't have access to. I actually became a Mason and went through all their ritualistic nonsense to see what they knew so that I could write my book. The truth is, very few of the normal Mason Brotherhood knows anything about what I'm talking about. They're just average people that have been brainwashed into believing there's something more than average, to be honest with you. I really can't talk much more about it than that. But I actually became a Mason to the point where they wanted me to teach the hand signals and the letters from the little blue book, which I declined because I wasn't prepared to devote 60 hours a month to teaching people about hand signals and words under low breath, that kind of crap. But that was not me. I only became a Mason to see if they knew about the plan from the 1880s. And the truth is that they did not. There was not a single brother in any lodge anywhere I visited, because as a Mason, you go visit your brothers, your brothers. There wasn't a single Mason that I talked to in the Blue Lodge, or anybody less than like a certain degree that knew what was on the dollar bill. They just knew that there were things on the dollar bill, and they were taught little pieces of the dollar bill. But they had no idea the Ark of the Covenant was on the dollar bill. I think that most Masons didn't know the Ark of the Covenant was on the dollar bill till I wrote my book. And I'm the first person in all of history to talk about the Ark of the Covenant being on the dollar bill. So going back to Chad Summers, when they remove the United States currency, well, the world ends. But I mean, that is the control. It's You have no idea what wrote the Bible. The Bible was not written by humans. The Bible is not prophetic. The Bible is a playbook. And they knew in advance, either probably, I know time travel, complicated, but maybe they just made it as a playbook. We'll keep it simple. KISS for you people out there that don't have that have low IQs. Maybe it's just a playbook from the what really controls this world. Or maybe what really controls this world, if we're not going to keep it simple, maybe they have the ability to transverse time. It's possible. So either way, the plan was instituted. Why the sun keeps destroying my picture? Either way, the plan was instituted back long before they built the Great Pyramid. So they put the Great Pyramid on the dollar bill as the left circle, the beginning, and then you have "In God We Trust," baby, and they put the tabernacle, the holy of the holies, God, in the middle. So it's a storyline. You read it from left to right, ancient to mid to the end of times, and then they put the eagle, the killing machine, United States of America, on the right. They did this with such precision that the words in the Bible synchronized themselves to the pictographs on the dollar bill. And that's what took me very close to 14 years of doing solid research and writing to prove in my book, Angels on the Ark. No one has been able to disprove me, no matter how much money I wagered people, all the experts in the world on biblical knowledge and the Ark of the Covenant. I wagered the most successful Ark of the Covenant professor $50,000 to debate me in a public forum, and he wouldn't even acknowledge my emails. And I sent dozens of emails to the University of Washington, D.C., where the professor of antiquities, Eric H. Klein, supposed to be the world's leading expert on the Ark of the Covenant. I challenged him untold amounts of time to debate me. I wanted Eric H. Klein, the professor of George Washington University of Antiquities, to debate me. I wanted to wager him $50,000 that there's a pictograph of the Ark of the Covenant on the dollar bill. Now, if he's the so-called expert in the world of Ark of the Covenant, he should be able to debate me and take my $50,000, but he didn't. I wagered the same exact amount of money to a half a dozen other frauds that say that they know about pictographs, including Jordan Maxwell, who was supposed to be the world's leading expert on pictographs on the dollar bill. The man's a fraud. He's a total fraud. His big claim to fame is the fasci on the $10 the Mercury dime, and it's on a bill somewhere. I don't even know. I never did that research, but that's his main claim to fame. Meanwhile, I showed you dozens of pictographs on the dollar bill, all of them biblical in nature, including the Yale Skull and Bones, which is on my channel header, my channel. I am 100 times smarter than Eric H. Klein when it comes to pictographs, biblical terminology, and pictographs that have to do with the Ark of the Covenant on the dollar bill. I mean, here's the world's leading expert. There's nobody higher than him. He's the go-to guy when it comes to the word Ark of the Covenant. So he should know that supposedly, that in a vision, the information on how to build the Ark of the Covenant came into the minds of the artisans that built the ark, the actual Ark of the Covenant. Well, those measurements, those pictures that came into the minds of the artisans to build the Ark of the Covenant in real life 4,000 years ago, whatever it was, that's debatable too. Those pictographs are on the dollar bill. I am the person that discovered that. I am 1,000 times smarter than these world's so-called experts. But of course you laugh at me. What do you think? I have the most censored channel on YouTube. My channel is more censored than any other channel that ever existed on YouTube. There is no other channel. Now, there are channels that have been removed because they just simply violate the rules. But, I mean, how do I have 20,000 legitimate subscribers? Don't listen to that clown saying I bought subscribers, because that's not true. And if he had to prove it in a court of law, he'd lose his shirt. When it comes to, he lies about everything. So don't listen to any of that nonsense. But these people won't debate me because it's real. They shut my channel down. I was getting 1 million views a month on my first channel. They did shut my channel down, my first channel, because I got a little bit out of control with what I was saying about the government and a few other things. But now I put the same videos back up, and the video that got like 3 million views in 2 months, in years it got 800 views. Because they allowed the video, they just don't push it. YouTube could make you a YouTube millionaire in a day. Or they could turn your channel into some oblivious thing like mine. And I don't care. And they know I don't care. If I really did care, well, you'd probably read about that. But I don't really care. But I don't really care. I just do this for fun. I do this to abuse you lowbrow, low IQ people out there. Now, getting back to the fact that the Ark of the Covenant's on the dollar bill, one of the premises, the premise of the United States government, one of the premises of the United is separation of church and state. Well, the state owns the monetary system, and the church has to take credit for the Ark of the Covenant as a religious idol. How did the Ark of the Covenant get on the state's propaganda? Because they work together. They've always worked together. There is no separation of church and state. Go to my community page and read what I wrote about that. It has never changed, not one word. It was the same on my first channel as this channel, and I'm going to put it on my other Alpha Male channel. There is no separation of church and state. There never was. It's a joke. It's a control mechanism. And more to the point, the government, when I said is covering up tens of thousands of atrocities to human nature, humankind, the human genome now, what about the cover-up of the ancient civilizations that they have these secretive submarines and divers that can dive in 1,500 feet of water that they've mapped out these underground cities, and they realized these underground cities had to be from 20 or 30 or 50,000 years ago. If that's true, then your spaghetti monster years ago. It's a control mechanism. Anyway, let me read the comments, and then the weather is great. COVID has helped us with population control, says Michael Summers. Michael Seville, thank you for stopping by. COVID is going to create more people than destroy. Dennis Adams, hello, baby, hello. Bill Gates is heading the depopulation team, says One Lonely Farmer. That's true. Chad Summers says, can't wait to see your hotel. It's going to happen. I'm just not in any big hurry. And nobody's going to. See, I moved to the Philippines to relax. I didn't want to go back into the actual physical work mode. Now, there are other reasons that I'm taking my time. Because I'm going to do this, most of it I'm going to do myself, I do believe. And because I want to. It gives me something to do. And I have a lot of reasons why I wish to do it myself. There are more reasons than I could even begin to talk about why hiring people in the Philippines is not something I look forward to doing. I don't want to get involved with the construction knowledge of the people of the Philippines, because obviously they build big and wonderful buildings. But when you get down to a one-on-one basis with Philippine people in general, in the Philippines, no, I don't think so. I talked to a couple of contractors about that. God, I got to tell you that even the people that call themselves contractors here, it's not like America. There's so many things that are not like America. You got these clowns, and I'm going to call them clowns. You got these clowns on YouTube thinking that they're having a relationship over the internet with a Filipino. These people are in for such a culture shock when they get here. They have no idea what it's like living here. They have no idea, and I don't choose to tell them. Let them find out for themselves. But there are some people on YouTube that think they're going to come to the Philippines and have a relationship with the gal they're talking to over the internet. We talk every day. We know. You don't know anything about the Philippines. You don't know anything about their culture. You don't know anything about how they really choose their family over you every time. Every time. Don't come between them and the family. Don't come between them and the family dog. You will be surprised how fast you will learn about the culture of the Philippines. When I got here, the people that tutored me into the culture of the Philippines, this phone, for example. I'm gonna show you something with this phone here. I'm gonna turn the phone around. Well, this is the. I'm gonna turn the phone around here so you could see. Look at what happens when I zoom in on the wheel of that cement mixer. Look at the detail of the rubber wheel. And this is only at 20 times zoom. This camera can do 100 times, but the stabilization for pictures. This is alien technology. We could not have done this in 50 years or 100 years or 1,000 years. This is alien technology that they're using. that they have cameras, they could see the little sticker on your license plate that's 1.25 by 1.25 square from like 1,000 feet away. They've had technology since the 90s or the year 2000 to do that. That's not normal. That's not feasible. And now that technology is coming out in a phone, but if they're not sharing the technology, the pyramid ships could be ours, could be somebody else. Jack Thompson. Jack Thompson. Now there's a man. There's a man. He's a contractor. He uses tools, risks his life and limb. There are people on YouTube. They're not actually. They're a little bit less than people, but we have to call them people because on the outside appearance they look. He's what you don't see him on YouTube this week. No, but if you go to Ruby Galaz's channel and Flywoods One, Flywoods put a video up yesterday that the man creep has been harassing them on Facebook again. So he's not publicly seen, but he's behind the scenes harassing people under fake names and under fraudulent accounts and things like that. And also on his account, he's removed 17 videos in the last 2 weeks. I don't know which ones because I don't keep track of them, but apparently he realized that he made a mistake, so he takes them down. He puts them up, he takes them down. He's like the YouTube wizard of nothing. He's like a zero, like a big zero, wherever he is. Wherever he is, the big zero follows him. But the point that I'm getting at is that if I didn't pay my taxes, then I couldn't get into the tax office. Because, again, I'll point this out. There are 4 offices, women and men, various times of the day at the tax office in Bohol. 2, check your paperwork. You give them the paperwork. If your paperwork is in order, you can go upstairs if they check your bag and you don't have anything illegal in your bag, whatever. I mean, I usually have food in my bag, but 2, check you and your identification, and 2, check your paperwork. Two different processes. You can't get into the tax office without the paperwork. So the guy lies about everything. He just lies about everything. So, but we could do a wager that doesn't involve money. We could do that. We rent a ring. We rent a ring doctor, a ring announcer, a ring videographer. We get in the ring, and if he can prove by paperwork that I never paid my taxes for my online earnings, I'll let him punch me 10 times. I could prove that. So let me read some comments. Chad Summers, yes, all in foreign currencies. Spraying dirty water on elevators in Bangkok, 100% bullshit. Oh, yeah, that's another thing that they want to do here. Thanks, Jack. Third ISA. The government covers it up. So let me prove to you that the fraud, the coward, and he is a coward. He'll never get in the ring, a legitimate boxing ring with me, never. And I want to use 4-ounce gloves. So I don't have to worry about him hitting me 10 times because I can prove I paid my taxes. But let me prove to you that he doesn't have the money he proposes to have. Number one, he knew he had to leave the Philippines, as did hundreds of other foreigners. He could have prevented that by 3 different processes, which were all legal. They're all legal. The processes he could have prevented this with 3. 1, for years, the option to get married existed, but apparently that was really never was an option. So he lied about that. Number 2, he could have married a third party. Just walked down to the beach, found a Filipina, and married the third party, and became husband and wife. And then he could travel freely between America and the Philippines. But he didn't do that for whatever strange reason. And the third reason, he doesn't have enough money to to do it legally the third way. I won't even tell you what that is. But most people, most intelligent people know what I'm talking about. He doesn't have the money to do what he, so now he's stuck and debating the price of vinegar on YouTube. The price of vinegar. Legal dock builder, or I was in the union, the dock builders union. And I worked with people that worked in the Gulf of Mexico on those oil rigs, the captain of a tugboat. I did a lot of work for this captain. I said I could design a tool to stop the oil leak. And I wanted to get paid for that. And I sent emails to the people in charge of the Gulf oil spill. I never got a return answer. The tools that I was gonna design, they already had those tools. What do you think they did? At the end, they just put a sleeve over the pipe and shut a valve at the end of the sleeve. They could have did that on day one. I told you that the chemical they were dumping into the Gulf of Mexico was something called core exit. Core exit. Coreexit. Core exit, but spelled differently, is something that goes into the core of your gene and breaks down the genetic code of the gene. And they said they were going to spray 2,000 gallons. They sprayed like 40 million gallons. They lied about everything. They're still lying about that. The government is not here to help. Bible, basic instructions before leaving Earth. That's right. It's going to take me several more years to build a hotel, CFD. And it'll give me something to do in between now and the end of the world. And I'm being serious. What are you going to do? Are you going to sit here? So what else would you suggest I do? I don't know that I want to start a family and bring it into a world that's going to end shortly. So what you say is true. Why am I building? It gives me something to do, something that so many other people don't have anything to do. So your logic does not, I can't read the rest of the comment, but you're right about why am I, it gives me something to do. Yeah, a man has to have purpose in his life, otherwise you end up like the fraud, going from one channel to the other under fake names and ridiculing and mocking people's wives and girlfriends. A man has to have a reason to live. And I don't adhere to the lifestyles of people. I don't play golf, although I think that golf might be one of the hardest sports in the universe. I mean, theoretically, all the things you have to do in your brain to get a ball in a hole 1,800 feet away in 3 strokes, it's an amazing game. But I don't play golf. I don't want to learn how to play golf. But I do like swimming. And you can only just swim so much. And why am I building a hotel? Because I live in the most beautiful place. You hear people say, he lives in a shack. Yeah, I live in a shack. I do. I live in a shack. But it's a beautiful shack. And it's a beautiful view from my window. That clown that keeps saying, he lives in a shack, he lives in a shack, he lives in a shack. And that other piece of garbage up in Subic Bay in Manila. One day, the guy in the little white car, somebody's going to open that door and drag you out into the middle of the street and teach you a lesson about talking about other bloggers. I predict that'll happen one day. But anyway, the other guy that talks about me living in a shack all the time, Let me show you where my shack is located and why I'm going to get $200,000 for the second floor. And then when I come back, I'm going to break out some paint. I have to paint some stuff yellow. There's a lot of yellow stuff around here. Like this board has been painted, preparation painted for the shelving I'm going to do. The wheelbarrows need to be touched up. Where I did the welding on the wheelbarrow the other day, what I do, it gives me something to do. A man has got to do something that is, I don't know what you could call it, something constructive. And I do construction as a construction project. So right here, I just walked 10 steps. Right here we have a hotel, and this is what my hotel is going to look like when it's done, but a little bit smaller. So right here, I'm 10 feet from my property. Now, what I'm going to show you now is my feet. There's my feet. And then what I'm going to show you is how long it takes me to get to the ocean or the Doggett. And that's why I live where I live. So let's just count it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 7, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, and what do you see at 43 steps from my domicile? See the ocean and the boats. And where am I? I'm 40 steps away from my house. And what do we have here? We have a young lady on a motorcycle. And this is the rest of the path. If I turn around like this, there is a hotel there, yeah? And that is going to be the hotel adjacent, or my hotel will be adjacent to that hotel. So, why do I do what I do? I do it because it brings me pleasure to build stuff. Unlike other people who can only go blah, blah, blah with their mouth. How many YouTubers are out there that can't even install a dishwasher in their own kitchen? Or how many YouTubers are out there that don't even know how to change a light switch? Or how many YouTubers are out there that don't know anything about painting or preparing surfaces to paint? How many YouTubers out there have been fooled or tricked into believing that this lockdown is real? Do you see where I live? That's why someone's going to pay me $200,000 for the second floor, which will be right there, right above, well, 2 floors down from the top. I can't see because the sun's in my eyes, but that's why someone's going to pay me $200,000 for this view. And this view, where I'm standing, cannot be obstructed because this area here is a public street. This is all a public street. It will be widened 12 feet from that tree, over 12 feet. This fence will go back. It's going to get pushed back another, I think it's 16 feet back, that fence goes. Because this path that the girl just flowed down is going to become a public street directly to the ocean, but probably for bicycles only. So theoretically, no one will be able to build anything from that fence line 12 feet over And from this side goes over 8 more feet. So I think the street is 36 feet wide for 2 lanes. So, but the view can't be blocked. And that hotel is to the left of where my hotel will be built. And no one can block the view. That's why the second floor is worth $200,000. So what we're going to do now, you saw I was 45 steps away, and I'm probably another 60 steps away, big steps, to the ocean. But I can't go to the ocean because the camera, the Wi-Fi cuts out. So anybody that has $200,000 and wants to invest in the second floor, write you up a contract with a completion schedule also. Right now, as it stands, if I do it myself, it will take years. If I have an investor, I could get the second floor done 14 months from the time the money came in. I'd have to hire a contractor. Something I didn't want to do, but I would do it for somebody that wants to live in a beautiful area like this. Now, the clown, the fraud, the liar, the absolutely worthless person that believes he's a blogger and has video content, he says, why would anybody want to pay $200,000 for a condominium? Well, this is why. People pay millions of dollars to live near the ocean, blocks away. We're talking about 100 steps away from a white sand beach and pristine blue waters. So the fraud, the answer to the fraud's question is the reason someone would pay me $200,000 for the entire second floor is because they'd want to live 160 feet from a white sand beach with beautiful pristine blue waters. That's the view is worth $1 million. Even if the water, if you lived in some city barrio, like on a lake, or like say you lived someplace where you couldn't go in the water, like the East River, but your house was on the East River. The water is so dirty on the East River that you can't go in the water, but people will spend millions of dollars just for the view of the water behind your house. And believe me when I tell you, if I finished the hotel, more specifically the second floor, and I didn't sell the second floor yet, the $200,000 price is probably going to go up, and considerably go up. So that's, you could tell the fraud to bring that to his accountant. Tell them what I'm doing here. I'm working on my property. The man he's devoted his life to trying to destroy other people's reputations, their channels, their content. And meanwhile, all he has done is proven himself to be an absolutely worthless blogger. That's the truth. Okay, so let me sit down on my metal horse here. Not my iron horse, my metal horse. Okay. I'll read the comments and then I'm going to get some paint. Nomad Patriot. Hello, Nomad. The stream went down. Hello, Nomad Patriot. Yeah, I don't know if the stream went down. I tried not to go too far from the house. Hey, John. Thanks for stopping by. I was going to call you this morning, but I ran out of time. John Escape has bought me a new... oh, what happened there? That's not supposed to happen. Hold on a second. John Escape bought me a Peekaboo 2. Hey, Peekaboo 2. Welcome to the machine, Peekaboo. Yeah, John. John Escape bought me a case for my Samsung S21 Ultra phone. Thank you, John. And a water distiller. It's on its way. Thank you very much. Peekaboo too. He bought me a oh boy, one of those high pressure water things that you clean your teeth with, if you have teeth. And I even forgot what they call that. Boy, it's been so long since I've been in America, since I seen this stuff. A water pick, a water pick, a water pick. Thank you, Peekaboo, for the water pick. You were off Saturday? Okay, I'll try to remember that. All right, so um, don't think that anything is going to get better. And the guy who said, "What am I building a hotel for if the end of the world is going to happen?" The end of the world is it's already here, dude. It's not going to happen. It's happening now. How many more years they'll allow us to continue? I don't know. Kentucky, John has a background. John Escape has a background in horse breeding and horse farms. And he also sells horses. His family's been in the horse business 50 plus years, and that's his bread and butter. That's his bread and butter. So if you need to know anything about horses, or you want to buy a horse, seriously, if you want to buy a horse all over the United States, and also sells horses. I don't know what kind of horses he sells. He sells like grade A, grade B, and grade C horses. He sells horses that might be winners one day. He sells horses that make great breeders, and he sells good horses. So whatever horses are, John sells them. The water bottle mask. Actually, the water bottle mask is ain't that something? The water bottle mask. I'm going to make another water bottle mask because mein Hapon. Look at that. Mein Buntag. Look at this. Look at these kids talking about innovation. We're on it right there. Look at that tree. Where is that tree? Come on. They're up in the tree. They're up pretty high, too. They're up at least 10 feet. Okay, John. Thank you for stopping by. Those kids hang out in those trees all day, but now they're putting hammocks in the trees. And they're up 10 feet. They sleep up there at night, too. That's interesting. I hear them talking at night when they come out and sit outside. That's pretty trippy. All right, so what I got to do is I got to turn this around, and then I'm gonna go get some paint. All right, so I'm gonna stop reading the comments. I'm gonna stop reading the comments. I'm gonna go get a little bit of paint and paint the front of the wheelbarrows yellow, and then maybe I'll come back and read the comments. But I have a lot of other stuff to do. I have to prepare a sheet of plywood to build a shelf inside the house. Mein Buntag for my new computer. I'm buying a. Why would I buy a new computer if the world is going to end? Well, I need a new computer. So, why would anybody do anything if the world is going to end? We don't know when it's going to end. I just know that it's going to. You can bet your I'm betting my bottom dollar it's going to happen. For the idiot, for the idiot, for the idiot, and that guy is an idiot who thinks he's a painter. No painter works out of a paint can. They choose a bucket like this or a 1 gallon Clorox bottle with the top cut off. No painter paints out of the actual paint can. Only an idiot does that. An idiot who's been improperly trained by someone dumber than him. And you know that the guy who trained him is dumber than him because the guy said that you could use toothpaste to fill up holes in a paint job when you paint in somebody's house. That is just another way to screw the customer, which goes right in line with the idiot's persona. Be right back. I need a screwdriver and some hand cream. if you know somebody that has an extra $200,000, you let them know that there's a beautiful second floor, which would be about 800 square feet, with a view of the ocean in Bohol for sale for $200,000 plus 100 pesos per square meter per month for general maintenance fees. And I have the contract for that we can negotiate a schedule to move in like a business. I'll set up a schedule for the monies to be received, and I'll set up a schedule for late payments. And I'll set up a schedule if my hotel second floor isn't ready to move in on a certain date, there'll be a daily penalty. As a proper businessman, that's only fair. So if you know someone that has 200,000 that wants to live with a view of the ocean, and there are no more places in Bohol that you can purchase or rent, it'll be a 16-year lease. There are no more places like this in Bohol for sure. Not with a white sand beach and a reef. You let me know. Let him know. Thank you. To the idiot that puts toothpaste in nail holes. Oh my God. What an idiot. I always put some kind of a hand lotion. In this case, it's shower gel. You can use dishwashing detergent, dishwashing soap detergent. You can use hair shampoo. You can use hair conditioner. You put it on your arms like this, get it underneath your fingernails, and let it dry. And at the end of the day, you just wash your arms and your hands with a soft rag, and all the paint comes off. This is called, it's like barrier cream. Barrier cream. To the idiot that doesn't know how to back a brush. To the idiot that uses toothpaste to fill nail holes. Oh my God. What an idiot. So I'm gonna thin this out. I'm going to thin out this paint 30% so it goes deep into the cracks. The idiot is watching. The idiot he's recording, waiting for me to get accidentally injured so he can make a big deal out of nothing. Because the idiot is incompetent to do real work. So he has to find fault with other people that do real work. Why? Because he's an idiot. That's why. Is there a different reason? Probably. But we're just gonna keep it simple. The man is an idiot, jealous of everybody, incapable of doing real work, and that makes him an idiot. Simple. Keep it simple, stupid. First you put a little thinness in the mixing pot. Hey, you want to see? Everything about the Philippines is low grade. Now, I don't know what you can see. I'm going to make you see this. Okay. Every container that I take the top off of, this top, it never pops out. It always breaks. So here we are. I don't know. I don't know if this one will break, but in the 5-gallon oil cans, in the hydraulic cans, and in all the paint thinners, whenever you grab this top like this and pop it, it breaks with your finger. See how this broke? It never comes apart. It's made to, but you gotta cut it with a knife. Or pop it out with a screwdriver. It's amazing. They chisel out cheap. They bring the grade of the pull ring down so far that it doesn't work as a physical pull ring. Yep. Now the whole top popped out. All right, that works. This is the kind of crap that would never happen 20 years ago on a can of thinners from America. Maybe here or even in the Philippines. But this is the kind of crap you got to do with everything you buy here. Brand new. How old is this can of thinners? A few weeks old. The top popped out. You got to put the top back in. I try to tell you people that everything you buy here is low grade. And it is. Amazing. Okay. It's an amazing thing. Living here every day. You buy something brand new and it doesn't work every day. Every day. All right, I'm going to go get a mixer because there's a little bit of stuff on the bottom. Now, let me just tell you one more thing about the idiot. The idiot was going to show everybody that he could do physical work, but he doesn't. Takes pictures of what the place looked like before and after, but never showing you the work he does. Especially won't live stream it, because if he got hurt or injured, he would be so embarrassed. Because he's a lying, deceptive idiot. Getting hurt is just part of the process of doing men's work. Nothing to be embarrassed about. The idiot. There's so many reasons. Let me call you an idiot. Let me count the ways of your ignorance. Let me count how many ways you complete my idiot list. Oh, you are an idiot. Oh, you are an idiot. A liar, a fraud. A deceptive little man. Little man. Little man. That's a big one. The little man syndrome. The little man syndrome. The idiot lies. Okay, so we have the yellow mix, but I gotta put a coat of red lead over the welded area. And you're gonna watch. This is red lead. There's an area where the metal was welded, and then it's doubled up over the outside edge of the wheelbarrow. Now, if I just put paint in there, the paint is very thin. The red lead is very thick. The red lead will form a barrier, like caulking, which is what red lead is used for, caulking. It'll form a barrier to keep out the water. Now, when it settles, red lead, it looks like this. I don't know what you could see. It's kind of a greenish brown. On top, that green is copper. And then it has to be mixed up. Now you can use turpentine. They do have a special cutting agent for red lead. They don't have it here in the Philippines, but they do have a special agent, and we don't have it here. So I substituted turpentine for the actual red lead cutting agent. Now, Nippon sells this for $38 for 5 quarts. But they didn't have the agent that cuts it. I don't know why. I have no idea why they sell half of a product. This red lead is getting ready to go back into another kind of can, because the top is hard to get on and off now. Although I could put it through my I have an 8-inch grinder with a buffing wheel on it in the shop. I don't feel like doing that right now. Alright, so this should be enough. This is what it looks like when it's not in its separated form. Okay, and this is going to go in underneath this seam here and underneath this, and I'm going to fill in under here. I'm going to fill that in with red lead. In other words, there's an air pocket under here, my thumb, under here, and under here. That would be where water would settle when you turn the wheelbarrow upside down for the night. So if you fill it with red lead, there's no place for the water to live. That's what I did with the seams on this wheelbarrow. I fill it up with red lead or paint, and then water can't get into the what's called the fold and then rust it out. If I didn't do that, the fold would have rusted out 20 years ago. That wheelbarrow is from, well, conflicting thoughts. 75, 76, or 77, but no later than 77, because I did a big job in Brooklyn, and I know I used it on that big job. The Guy Recupero, the pizza connection, guy. Ah. Ah. Here's the part the creepy little man loves. When I climb on something, the little creepy little man, he prays. He prays that I'm going to fall. Because he's a creepy little man. I'm filling in any hole or crack that water can get in, or cement, and cause the wheelbarrow to rust or way more. There's no place for the cement to lock itself down on. At the end of the day, you can just use a scrub brush and clean it off. Ryan Hopper, good morning. Oh, yeah, right. You could use sunscreen as a barrier between the paint and your skin also, but that stuff's expensive. It's like, I don't know, $10 a tube, maybe more. So what I'm doing is I'm filling in all the cracks so water can't get in there, but more specifically cement, which will just weigh the wheelbarrow down, and it will make it harder to clean. More red lead, baby. More red lead. I'm gonna fill up the wood between the wood and the barrel on the new handles that I made. I did it once before, but the wood dried up, so there's more room for more caulking. Now, of course, everybody doesn't see the point to all of this, but the point is that long after I'm dead and buried, the wheelbarrow will live on. It's already 50 years old. It should last. One is 100 years old. The one with the spoke wheel is 113 years old, and the one with the rubber wheel is from 1975. That's 25 and 20. One is 45, and one is 112 years old. Should last another 100 years. Ow, 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 ow. Huh. Okay. Build that. Ah. Okay, we're done with the red lead. We'll go paint the. Actually, the red lead dries isn't hard enough to put that yellow coat on, and it's ready now. And then we're done with the wheelbarrows. Oh boy. I'll read the comments because I actually need to get off my foot for a few minutes. I just smashed it up a little bit. Not so hard that you would notice it, but I hit the actual injury, which was not fun at all. So I'll reverse this around, see what we got going for comments. They call it mellow yellow. That's right, Chad. So that's the end of painting. That's it for the painting of the wheelbarrow. After that, there won't be any more painting of the wheelbarrow, and they're going to go away. They go into the big container now permanently until the hotel starts. I got to start clearing up the property. I have other equipment that I have to make arrangements to get on the property. So maybe if you're lucky, I'll let you see the bank transaction. Okay, now, what did the coward say? Show me the money? The coward. The man who's broke. Going around telling everybody, everybody's broke, everybody's this, everybody's that. Everybody's in love with him. There's something wrong with somebody that thinks like that. All right. Wheelbarrows are complete. %. Never gonna paint. You won't see me paint the wheelbarrows for a very long time. They're done. Took 3 months, but they're done. Okay, now we're gonna put the paint away, and then we're gonna get on to building. Actually, we're gonna be building a shelf for the inside of the house. So let me get all this stuff away. Yeah, I don't have to do anything else with yellow. Not now. I'm going to put everything away, and we're going to start on the next project. I really don't like using paint thinners before I do carpentry, because the paint thinners makes your head a little stupid. So what you're going to watch is me lay out the wood, which will take at least an hour. And then I'll have lunch. And then by then my head will be clear. Nah! All right, now we're gonna do something the sissy would never attempt to do. We're gonna take that wheelbarrow off of there. The sissy wouldn't be able to move that wheelbarrow because he has a bad back and he has a bad brain, and he wouldn't actually know how to get it off without screwing himself up. So that big one weighs, I gotta think it weighs 70 to 80 pounds because I have a lot of paint on that. It's been being painted for 50 years. And the little one weighs about 60 pounds by itself. 55 anyway, for sure. So we're gonna take those wheelbarrows and I'm gonna put them down over here because I need that table to do carpentry on. And I need it now. So okay, that's what's gonna happen. That's the only place for it now. tell you what, if I had a temperature gauge, which I've been trying to buy for months, you'd see that it's 130 degrees in the sun, at least, probably more. All right, before I do this, I need to wet my shirt and my hat. It's too hot. I'm going to go get a bottle of water and I'll be back in about 60 seconds. It's freaking hot today, buddy. It's very hot today. This is chilled water, not cold. It's only been in the refrigerator about an hour. Oh, very nice. Let me show you again why I'm building the shelf. Because in the house, the termites, this is not the shelf from the house. This is the shelf from my workshop. Let me show you what the termites did to this wood. They actually eat the glue. They don't eat the wood so much, but they eat the glue. This was a sheet of 1/2 inch, what they call Chinese marine plywood. And this is 3 years old. So this is what they did to my workbench inside the shop. Now, where's my glasses? Uh-oh. Oh, there. Okay. This is what the termites did. Oh, I see a comment from a friend in California. Let's see what we got here. Hoping for a new governor. Yeah, I read they were trying to recall the governor or get a new governor. I don't pay much attention to the United States news. I read international stuff, but not so much United States stuff, because it just doesn't affect me anymore. It doesn't, I think I'll have my money out of the States before they collapse the economy. Pretty sure about that. And I'll have to deal with whatever it is that I have to deal with when the time comes. But in the meantime, I need to put a sheet of 3/4 inch plywood up there. So I'll be gonna go get a blower and finish my one liter of water, 700 milliliter of water, and then I'm gonna get the blower, blow that off, and put lumber up there. Yeah, baby. That tasted good. Well, genius that I am, I forgot the ruler. And I forgot the ruler. And when you forget the ruler says you cannot forget the ruler. You need the ruler to do the work. The work. Need the ruler to do the work. I didn't really give it much thought how I was going to build the shelf till about 20 minutes ago. And even then, I only took the measurements for the first time because I didn't know if I wanted that job to happen today. But now I know. So I'm going to have to, I got to move a lot of stuff in the house. Remove a lot of stuff, change a lot of stuff. But I'm going to build the shelf 40% bigger than what it was. 40% bigger than what it was. Which will get rid of all that crap next to the computer table. I'm going to read the comments and then I'm going to start setting up to cut the wood. Thank you, Pretty Boy Karkevic. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff done. The 2 days that no one saw me working, what I was doing was little things that you wouldn't want to make a video about, but little odds and ends that cleaned up. 14 and 14 is 28. 34 cubic feet of space inside the container in just one area, and about 18 cubic feet of space in another section. And when I condensed some stuff down, got rid of a lot of stuff I'm not going to need to build the hotel with for months, or maybe even 6-8 months. I took all that stuff and I put that stuff in boxes. And outside that, I did clean up outside. I got rid of a lot of stuff. Most of it I just threw out because I have doubles and triples and quadruples, so I just put it out for the garbage, which is basically if the locals want it, they'll take it. If not, I'll put it into a garbage truck the next time the guy comes around. But most of the stuff disappeared overnight. They know if I put stuff out by the tree, that's free stuff. Thanks for stopping by. Now the other fella, thank you for your vids, friend in California. You're welcome. Thank you. And his name is Hard Knocks Grad. I remember that name. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, so yeah, the shelf is going to be 40% bigger, and then it might even be bigger than that. I didn't give it much thought. I realized, now I'm going to tell you why I need to build a new shelf. You saw me show you the termite infested plywood, right? Well, when I'm on the computer, every once in a while, I feel stuff fall on my arm like sand. But it's not sand, it's termite debris. They've been working on the shelf next to where I sit. Termites are a strange little creature. They might not attack a piece of plywood and they might destroy the piece next to it. But that shelf, when I take it out of the house in its entirety, it used to be a box. I'll be able to take the box apart and flake it like pieces of cardboard. There's nothing left to the box. I don't know why the shelf hasn't fallen off the wall. I mean, I know that it's problematic, and I know what the problem is. It's termites. But I just didn't feel like building a shelf until about 3 hours ago. Even though I painted the wood last week, I didn't feel like building it, but now I do. because it's just a question. I'm going to be live streaming or doing something in the house, and the shelf is going to collapse. And then there's going to be stuff everywhere. There's nothing left to a piece of 3/4 inch, again, Chinese plywood. Now, those I built in 2016 with Daisy, so they're 5 years old. Now, I have those boxes. One I sit on, the termites didn't touch. Where was the other box? One I sit on, the termites didn't touch that box, but the one with the shelf, it had a magazine on top of the plywood. Apparently they enjoyed the magazine, and then they went into the wood. And how they get there is every couple of days or week they spawn. They come out of a hole in the ground. 10,000, 100,000, million a day come out of different holes, and they fly and they land on something and they become termites and they eat certain things. I'm going to show you the destruction of about $2,000. An instrument, a very delicate, very precise, very expensive instrument. Had I not looked in the instrument box, because I have to start laying out the foundations, and it's a transit, a whisk. Wild, I think it's a wild. Had I not looked in the box, the termites would have eaten the transit. It would be garbage. In about another year, had I not opened up the box, I could have opened up the box, took out a several $1,000 transit instrument, and then I could have just threw it out into the pile of junk. Termites eat metal, and I will show that to you tomorrow. Okay, I'm going back to work. Thank you, pretty boy Kirkevic. Now I'm gonna, I gotta get the electric, and then I'm gonna start cutting lumber. Yep, that's what's gonna happen. I'm going to show you something. I keep telling you that everything you buy in the Philippines is just garbage. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I could tell you I want to get sick right now. I bought this black plywood that you see 6 days ago. And it rained almost every night. It rains about 3 o'clock in the morning. And this garbage, this absolute pure, unadulterated Chinese plywood garbage, whether it's phenolic board, resonate coat, or regular garbage plywood, it's just pure garbage. I would love to take the guy who designs this stuff, because he put a design flaw in it that it destroys itself once the weather hits it. I would just love to take him and do things with him, because this stuff is crap from the day you bought it. It's 6 days old. I'm going to turn the camera around and I'm going to show you what happened from 6 days outside in the rain. Now look, you see this piece of wood? The sheets of plywood are sitting on a piece of wood, but not solid all the way across the bottom. There's pieces of wood. The top of the wood I painted, and I covered it up. Notice how the top stayed, the lamination stayed together all the way down across the board. Look what happened to the bottom that I didn't paint from just 1 week, where the bottom, the water rolled down this plywood and then just hung up on the bottom. Look, it delaminated. This is called delamination. It delaminated, not just here, but over here it delaminated. Over here it delaminated. And where I painted it, it did not delaminate. That's why I paint the plywood. But these bastards, these no good pieces of garbage that design the materials that come to the Philippines, look at this. Watch the delamination. Watch. It's delaminated on a wooden glued seam. It's garbage. It's pure, unadulterated crap. And this board is $22. It's sickening. I've bought plywood. See this piece of plywood here that the table is made out of? See this piece of plywood? This piece of plywood came from my mother's basement that I built a table in 1970, when I was building my boat, 1973, 72, 74. This plywood came from that bench. That makes this piece of plywood 50 years. It's been out here in the sun, in the weather, for a year here, and did it delaminate? No. Number one, it's painted. But number two, they use the glue that doesn't delaminate. And they use the kind of lumber that doesn't delaminate. The crap they sell you here is designed to last 3 weeks or 3 months. And I pay good money for this, and so does everybody else. It's garbage from the day they get it to the Philippines. one more thing about that piece of shit delaminated board. The delamination occurred in a week, 1 week, okay? This is called phenolic board. They fill the edge, two more things. They fill the edge with some cheap ass filler. Maybe they used toothpaste. Maybe they took the idiot's advice and put toothpaste in the end grain here, and it all fell out. Now this board's 1 week old. Look, some idiot put toothpaste in there and it all fell out. Now the thing that really upsets me, and I'm going to be honest with you, I have phenolic board that we built an extension on my mother's house. I could have been 8 or 9 years old, which makes it 55 years old, the plywood. The plywood, we built an extension, and then we built an entire 12-room house out of the phenolic board that was used to build the Verrazano Bridge. My dad worked on that job. We got a truckload of it. I remember pulling nails out of that phenolic board for months. It was my job. Just take the nails off the pull. They were the forms they used to build the Verrazano Bridge. I can show you phenolic board that's 55 years old, that's still exposed to the weather with no paint on it, and it didn't delaminate. And this shit is 1 week old. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair to me. It's not fair. It's not fair to me. It's not fair to the Filipino people. It's not fair to the Filipino government that they bring this crap in and there's no other option. They don't even... That plywood, you have to... First of all, you got to cut the tree down. You got to mill the plywood down. You got to skin the tree. You got to you got to use a glue. You got to laminate it. You got to heat it. You got to press it. You got to put it into a pile. You got to band it. You got to bundle it. You got to ship it. To make it out of a waterproof glue couldn't cost no more than another $1. Most of the cost is probably in shipping. And yet they make this garbage so that it doesn't last a week in the weather. And stuff from the Verrazano Bridge from 1960. The forms that they used to build the Verrazano Bridge are still exposed to the atmosphere underneath the back of my mother's house. You can see the wood, and you can see where they put the cement was through the holes for the concrete tiebacks and stuff like that. You can see it. It's got to be 50 years old or older, and it doesn't delaminate. And this crap is 1 week old. And you think I'm upset? I am upset. You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding. This is not fair. It's not fair to anybody, especially a poor Filipino that buys this stuff and doesn't know, leaves it outside his house, and a week later, after a couple of rains, he has 5,000 pesos worth of garbage on the side of his house. Not fair. Ah. Now, there was a man who left a comment. He said, "Thank you for the videos." I probably should have spent more time with that, because because uh, because some people really do appreciate, uh, working videos, and they appreciate the fact that somebody my age can still work out in the hottest part of the day, a little bit slow. But I'm not moving slow because it's hot, and I'm not moving slow because I'm old. I'm moving slow because my leg is still not healed up. And although you can't feel it, I can tell you unequivocally that the pain doesn't stop. It never stops. It hasn't stopped in 5 months. It's gotten a lot less painful. I don't take any aspirin or anything during the day because I don't want to restrict. I don't want to slow my brain down when I'm using power tools. Might as well start drinking alcohol on the job. I won't do that. So every step I take, whether I'm walking or not, wherever I am, there's a certain amount of pain that comes out of my leg. Step increases the pain, and every time I pick up that piece of plywood that weighs about 65 pounds and apply that much pressure to my calf muscle, I would say that the amount of pain that comes out of my leg when I start picking stuff up that's heavy, or climbing up or down, I would say, to be serious now, I would say that the amount of pain that comes out of my leg still, and it's probably only 30% of what it was, I would say the amount of pain would stop the average person from working. So that's why I move slow. I don't move slow because I'm old, and I don't move slow because I'm weak. I'm moving slow because I think about every step I take. I think about where my foot's going. I think about how to place my foot. I think about what's in front of my foot. If I'm going to back up, I think what's behind my leg. Even I think about every step. Now, in an hour or so, I'll go take a Tylenol or an ibuprofen. And then when I take my bath, I'll let it soak for an hour. But right now, I gotta tell you, probably it's just that the leg was so injured. I went to 2 doctors since December, early December too. So it's healing. They won't give me painkillers. I didn't ask for painkillers. I did not ask. They said ibuprofen or Tylenol or aspirin if you need it. But I got to tell you, some days, example, yesterday, one thing I discovered about this injury on my leg: salt. No. You're not allowed to have salt or soy sauce or anything with MSG. Any kind of flavor enhancing product. I even bought sea salt from Amazon. It's not real sea salt, because I had real sea salt from Giuseppe's restaurant, and I loaded it on the pizza so thick you couldn't even see the pizza. Didn't affect my leg at all. But that garbage that I bought from Amazon, sea salt, for 180 pesos for a kilo. Not sea salt, yeah, Himalayan salt. It might be pink, and it might be Himalayan salt, but it's, whatever it is, like the amount of salt that you'd put on something to flavor it. I did that yesterday. First time I used salt in about 2 weeks. Without using salt, the swelling in my foot went down. My foot almost is the normal size. 2 weeks I didn't touch a grain of salt or a drop of soy sauce. So yesterday was my off day. I made arrangements to get some equipment to the job site. The lockdown is screwing up. Gotta tell you, the lockdown made that a lot more difficult. But I spoke with the people on the phone, and they understand. And I did that, and I did a few things in the house. I put my bills together for the month of April, because my BIR taxes that I don't pay, that I do pay, and that damn idiot keeps saying I don't pay my taxes. Boy, would I like to get him into the ring. Into a boxing ring with him. God, I would just, man, I even want to go back to the original offer. I'll get in the ring with that idiot to make a wager for the BIR taxes. He could punch me in the face or anywhere he wants 10 times if I don't pay the taxes. And if I do, I only want to be able to hit him twice, because he'll fall down. By the time I'll be lucky to get the second shot in the ring, and then the ring doctor could come over and fix him up, revive him. But I want to get him in the ring bad. I really do. But he won't do. He's a coward. He wants to fight. He doesn't want to fight Bomber, the great Bomber. He don't want to. He wants Bomber to get on a ferry, put his name on the registrar, and the guy will be arrested when he hits the dock. That's what he wants. He will never fight Bomber. He's a coward, the guy. The guy's basically... But here's what I really want to do. I might go back, if I could entice him into the ring next week. Maybe I got a bank transaction that's got to take place next week. To prove that I have the money to wager him, I think I'm going to take the money out and put it on the counter of the bank. And so that'll prove that I have the money. Then he'll have no excuse to not get in the ring with me. But the wager for the BIR taxes is in the ring with a ring doctor and a bell and all of that. He could punch me 10 times if I don't pay my taxes, my online YouTube and Patreon and Philippines BIR tax. And I just want to be able to hit him twice. Now, I don't know that I'd get to hit him twice. I think he'd collapse after the first shot, permanently. I think that he would need serious medical attention. But you never know. The guy, but getting back to the last year's challenge, because the guy got such a big mouth. Now he's going after Ruby Galaza. Again, last night I was waiting. I have a channel that I don't post stuff on. These videos, the videos of the stuff you can't see, some of them are anywhere from 24 minutes to 4.5 hours, 5 hours, some. But you can't see those. But I was listening to Ruby Galaza channel and Flywoods, and Ruby was showing us chat from the creepy little man that he's aggressive again towards them. He's being aggressive. I don't know. I couldn't see what name it was. I was doing paperwork. But and I was loading videos. I was doing the numbers for the paperwork. But one day those will be made public, but not now. They're all work videos that I have that are private. So they only go to like very few people. And but that creepy little man was going after. He got me to the point where I was saying, I made it to get in the ring with me and him. Get in the ring, right? Okay, ring doctor, ring announcer, sign the waiver for the the fight waiver, all that stuff. And then I said, this guy's not going to do this. He's a coward. He's a coward. There's no way he would ever fight. I don't think he'd fight anybody. I don't. He wanted to fight Jeff Pinoy Troll. He wanted to beat up Kevin. I don't think that's going to happen. He wanted to fight Roberto. That ain't going to happen. The only guy I think he could beat up is that piece of garbage named Dave. Dave just annoys me to the point where I would want Dave to lose because he's such a lying, backstabbing piece of garbage. And I would hope that the creepy man would be able to beat up the lying Dave. But going back to the original agreement that I made with the guy, get in a ring with me. We'll put $10,000 on the line in cash. The ring announcer could hold it. The ring doctor could hold it. Whoever, they could hold it. And I really want to go back to letting the guy use in the ring. He could put on like a football helmet or a motorcycle helmet. This way, I won't muss up his hair. But that's what I want to do. But he won't do it. But he does go after Ruby Galazza, I think her name is. He goes after Jeff Pinoy Troll because he knows Jeff can't go to see him. Or it would, it's inconvenient for Jeff could, but it'd be a big inconvenience. He knows Kevin can't, so he got a big mouth on that. He knows Dave won't because Dave's probably as big a coward as he is a liar. But I was thinking about going back to letting the guy wear a football helmet or a motorcycle helmet. He could wear that. We'll just get in the ring with 4-ounce gloves and we'll just do what we got to do. And then if he loses, at least his hair won't be mussed up. And talking about hair, the guy, I don't know why he paints his hair that weird color. Boy, that's some strange color he paints his hair. God, it's like somebody came from, I don't know, like a 1970s acid trip, and they painted his hair that color. God, that's pretty funny. All right, I gotta go back to work. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to set up the power miter. I need to cut some vertical stanchions. And I need to plug in the phone. Going to run out of power probably within minutes. So I'm going to go get the 220 line and bring it over here, get that done first. I did build on, I built on a special adapter with a power pack on the side of the, I built a power pack onto the side of the stanchion I made. I think if I plug the power into the power pack and then plug it into the phone, I think I would get about 10 more hours actually. Yeah, I was right about it running out of power, but it's charging now, so I don't need the 220. I do need the miter. I do need the miter. All right. I'm gonna put. I got to go inside and make a measurement because this is not what I had planned. So there's my 1980 or 81 14-inch Ryobi chop saw. And this is 110 volts. So I have it hooked up to my diamond converter. The 110 gives me 110 volts. I need a pencil and the 110 power and a ruler. Be back in about 3 minutes. I need 3 13s, 2 64s. Don't have to be pretty, that's for sure. I can always make them smaller. One, 2, 3. Now, we start putting stuff together. want to put the unit together out here and bring it in as a completed unit. Well, it'll be a little difficult to handle. I gotta move that horse. Hold on a minute. I painted the horses a long time ago, and I never put them where they belong. It's almost time to do that. On the ground. Oh, I should have put the damn horses where they belong. But I didn't. Now I'm going to have to move everything. Now I got to move everything twice. Can I do it? I think I can. I did it. I gotta go back into the house to measure where the door is in relationship to where the shelf is gonna be. So this is what I have to do is I have to figure out there's gonna be 2 shelves, and each one of these pieces over here, one is a shelf. They're both shelves, and one is good. They're gonna set on top of this like this. It's gonna be a shelf. Then there'll be a 45-degree bracket from here to here to hold that in place. And the same thing over there. And this area down here will be for hooks for my cables for the new computer and the old computer and whatever cables I have. Pretty similar to what I have, but right now I have a less than a 4-foot shelf, and these are going to be 6-foot shelves. So I'm going in the house now to make a couple of measurements. When I come back out, I'll be able to put these boards to their distance away from the end of the plywood and screw them in place. Which means I need these screws here, 1 3/8 inch, screw tip, and a screw gun, which I have in another box. So I'll be out in about 2 or 3 minutes. I'm going to take my medicine, my Tylenol. it's not going to be as I'm not going to be able to put both pieces together, both shelves on, because, well, I have another shelf that would be in the way of putting both the shelves on at the same time. So I'm only going to be able to put the bottom frame on and the bottom shelf on. So I'll be able to install the top shelf after I get this plate, this back plate secured to the wall. I'll be able to get the other shelf on. So I got to start 19 down from the top. 19 down. Down. That's 5. Okay, and then 19 over. What does this give me? 19, right? Yep. Is that where I want to be? We'll find out in a minute. Okay, so 19. Does that? It's only 1/4 of an inch. There's not a lot of play there. I'm going to go measure it twice. Well, 19 is correct. So, screw gun. Ah! Oh, son of a gun. Woof. Sure. And then I'll start assembling the bottom shelf. One more measurement. I know that's 19 up, and I know it's 19 over, but I don't know where I want to start the shelf. Alright, I decided on starting the shelf 9 inches from the end of the bracket, from the door. Could have made it 8 or 10, but we're gonna go 9. And that's where it's gonna be. Okay. Clamp that on there. And we'll start screwing it. I'm going to answer the questions. If there's any questions, make it happen now, and I'll check again. You know what? I'm not seeing comments, which means I'm not seeing comments. Yeah, I knew that. No, I don't see any comments. Okay. Not a problem. You guys want to leave a comment? In a few minutes, I'm going to stop working. So, your comments, I'll be able to answer them. You know what I'm going to do? There's a pre-existing set of shelves in there that prevents me from putting this board on. When I do the installation, I'll take the bracketing off those shelves, so I'm going to go make a measurement. It's probably easier for me to do it like that than put it on later. But I do have to make one other measurement. No, actually I don't. I'm going to make it anyway. It's a little more work, but it would make things, in the end, a little bit easier. Well, it could be as much as 16 inches. I don't want to make it much more than that. I think I'll go 15. And what I know for a fact is these inch and a half screws, I don't think they're not gonna grab the way I want. I'm gonna go get some 2-inch screws, unless I have them out, and then put them on there. I'll be back in a minute. I know I'm making a lot of trips to get what I need, but I didn't plan on doing this shelf this way. I was going to go do a really quick thing and replace the garbage that was there in a different way. But I'm not going to do that now. Now I'm going to build a real shelf. I won't be working much longer. So if you guys have a question, you can ask me the question. Anything reasonable. I don't talk a lot when I'm working. In real life, if I'm on a job, I don't talk at all. I just do the work. But this is not... I'm not under pressure. And I'm not in any hurry. I'm going to get the job done. Like I said before, the amount of pain in my leg would prevent most lesser men from working at all. Even though I have lived through some serious pain on my leg. Eight hospitals, 8 different doctors. Not one of them came up with a proper solution to the problem. An American friend of mine made a suggestion about a type of cream back in January, I think it was, or December. And I went out and bought $100 for 1 pound of the cream. And before that, all the creams that they gave me in the Philippines, all the healing creams, $6 a tube, $8 a tube for a little tube, 20 grams, none of it worked. This other cream, Flamicarium, with diazine in it, should not have worked. It should not have worked. It's not for open flesh wounds. It's for epidermis wounds. But I tried it on the suggestion of a few people, and it worked. Now the other option was to go into the hospital. So the going into the hospital option, when I tried to nail them down for a price, just like everything else in the Philippines, any professional that you ever deal with in the Philippines, maybe in real life, maybe in the world, they never, ever, ever, never, ever, ever, never, ever, never do they give you an actual bottom line price. They don't do it. They do give you a bottom line price. It's going to cost you 13,000 pesos for your plans. And then it ends up costing 26,000. Double. It's going to cost you 15,000 pesos for the contract, and then it ends up costing you 35,000 pesos for the contract. Every professional, every person that I dealt with in the Philippines that has some professional 2 or 3 letter designation in front of their name, not one, not even one, when I nailed them down to get a price in the beginning, not one price was actual. You try doing that in the construction field, that you're going to put a door in for $600, and it's all inclusive, and that's what you're going to get at the end of the day, $600, unless they change something. But not here. Nope. We have a problem, sir. The problem is, I gave you the wrong price in the beginning. Should have been twice. I'm sorry. And there you have the reason why they say, welcome to the Philippines, baby. It's a standard operating procedure here. Hey, forget about it. Forget about it. I remember that name. You're fence jumping, buddy. How you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Hey, Fazio, we are watching you work. We all here. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I remember his name. Forget about it. Forget about it. I love that term. Forget about it. I remember using it too. Forget about it. Don't worry about it. Everything was don't worry about it. Forget about it. Forget about him. Forget about her. The good old days. Okay, so thank you. Forget about it. 2 thumbs up, buddy. I'm gonna put the I'm going to put some, forget about it. I probably am the only person in the Philippine genre that's actually doing anything besides running their gums. And not that I could blame anybody. And then, of course, you have the idiot that keeps telling everybody they're not allowed to do work in the Philippines. Man, that man is stupid. You would think that he'd figure out what the rules are, but he doesn't. The man is amazingly stupid. I can't tell you any more than that. Bozio's working in the Philippines. Yeah, baby. I'm building stuff on my property for me. I'm allowed to do that. Forget about it. Forget about him. That fucking idiot. Okay, now I'm gonna put a couple of smaller 45s on the bottom. I'm gonna cut them, and then I'm gonna screw them in place. Forget about it. Forget about it. I need a couple of, it looks like 5 1/4 should do it. Yeah, it's got to be at least an inch longer than this. Or I'm going to try 5 1/4. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. I like that name. That's a cool name. Forget about it. Forget about it. All right, let's just try 1 5 1/4. And I think it's probably going to end up 5 5/8. Started off with 5 5/8. Yeah, that'll work. I'm going to just polish up the other end and make 3 of these. That's not good at all. Got a nail there. Gonna have to scrap that one. Got nails on that one. Oh, ow. Okay, so that's 3 of those. 1, 2, 3 for the bottom. Now, for the top. What's up? Alrighty, I got a little sidetracked there. There was a man, I haven't seen him in years. He stopped by to ask me if I had any metal. I only had about 10 pounds of metal. I haven't seen this man in about 3 years, but I had about 25 pounds of plastic stuff all in one big string, and I had put that out by the telephone pole 2 days ago. But nobody touches anything around here unless they ask. So people that would normally take it have gone by, I'm sure, but I wasn't outside yesterday, so they didn't take it. But that man, he stopped and asked me if he could have the plastic, and I gave him about 25 pounds of plastic. Oh, the framework for that thing. Now, I'll keep the framework in case I get another motor for that through wall thing. But he did ask, so the other guy's the one that changed the price to move the wood, he gets nothing. The other guy that comes around and hassles me, God does he hassle me, for metal. He came by about 2 weeks ago. You give me metal. I said, dude, I don't have any metal. You give. I told him I don't do metal work. I don't do stuff that I would generate metal scrap. You give. And then he pointed to my stanchions, which are like $450 a piece, galvanized steel. I need them for work, you know. So this guy, I gave him whatever I had. I didn't have much, but he was very happy. Okay, I could have gave him that old motor. I need that for a template. All right, well, I could have did a lot of things. Next time if I see him, I put a pile together for him. All right, so these, where were we? We were, we were right here. If I had one, if I had one, 3 of these, that would solve the top shelf bracketing problem. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know if I could do much more. My shoe is filled up with water from it leaking out from the wound on my foot. Fills up with water when I stand around and do nothing, not walking. I mean, it drips into the shoe. It's not full, but if I were to take my shoe off right now, I might have 1/8 of an inch of water. But that 1/8 of an inch of water is like a 1/2 inch inside the shoe with your foot in it. Either way, the pain, I did take 2 ibuprofen about an hour ago. The pain should have subsided. However, at this time of the day, after standing up on my leg for 6 or 7 hours, no matter what you take now, it won't feel better until I get my foot elevated, which I'm real close to doing. I think I'll just mount these 3 pieces on the bottom of the shelf. I'll mount these onto the bottom of the shelf, blow off the table, and I think I'm going to call it quits for the day. But there is something I wanted to show you. All these little scraps that you've been watching me save since forever. On the bottom here, this pile of scraps is, 4 to 6 layers deep. But as I told you, some things that I do, I don't show you, like the inside, building the shelves inside the container. So this was this high of scrap from there all the way over to there. And I used all of that scrap wood, which would have probably just been thrown out on an average job site. But this stuff is like 14 pesos a foot now. So if I had 30-inch pieces, 20 across, that's 50 feet times 5. I had 100 feet of scraps like this that I used, and that would have been 100 times 12 pesos, or 1,200 pesos, or $25 worth of wood. And it doesn't cost anything to store it there. A lot of the pieces I just used as filler blocks. Like this is 30 inches. I cut these in 30-inch pieces because I wanted that size for something. And I used like 10 of these for just restructuring the bottom of the bench. So it saves to pay. It pays to save this stuff if you have the time to sort it and de-nail it. So I'm going to get the blower and blow this off, and then I'm going to put the bottom bracketing on these shelves here, the small pieces there. I'll check the comments. Forget about it. Okay, so I'm going to put the bottom bracketing on the shelf with screws, and I can't put this top shelf in place. Number one, I don't need to put it in place to put it in. Number two, I need to take the existing shelf, cabinet, box, termite-infested piece of garbage that's on the wall off. I need to pull about 100 nails and cup hooks, not 100, but probably 50 cup hooks and nails off the wall and out of that shelf. Then I could mount this plate to the side of the wall, and then this will be the bottom shelf. And this will be like the inside of the shelf. The existing shelf is only 32 inches long this way. This one is a full 4 feet. So I'll have 4 feet. Well, I'll have 64 inches with this. 64 inches. 64 on the bottom and 64 on the top. But I'll have 4 foot of plate, wall plate, to put cup hooks in to hang my wires, which I'll probably do all of that out here. I'll take the old stuff off the wall, and then I'll take an awl and put some holes along in here, or a very small drill, probably a small drill bit, and put the cup hooks back in just randomly every 2 inches on here, and randomly every 2 or 3 inches on the bottom there. And that'll give me cup hooks for my wires, for my cameras, for my chargers, for my... I'm buying a new computer. I just haven't... I've been looking at computers. It's really complicated buying a computer during this lockdown. I wanted, and I ordered online 3 days ago, I ordered the Asus Pro Duo 15-inch screen, 2060 something, 16 gigs of memory, 6 gigs of RAM. I spent an hour and a half researching it. I ordered it, and when I pushed the button to check out, it was out of stock. I wasn't happy with the price, but I was still going to do it. They didn't come down much in price. They actually did. They came down 25,000 pesos from 199. I think it was 174 when I ordered it. So it was about 25,000 pesos. It came down $500, and I was checking out, and when I checked out, the cart said out of stock. But I'm going to tell you something. I have ordered 3 or 4 computers. Were reasonably priced here in the Philippines, and it tells you that they have 9. When I ordered the Asus, it said 9 in stock. Now, it's possible that somebody bought 9, or 9 of them were sold, because they only went on sale that day, and yet no one's been able to buy one for a year. So I ordered it, and it went out of stock. Now tells you similar items. Then it goes to a similar item for the Asus 4000 OLED screen. The other one is UHD, but this is an OLED screen, and this one is in stock for 204,000 pesos, which is $4,008. Now, I didn't want that one, but that one has 2 terabytes. But that's what they did. So, either way, I'm going to go into the city. I'm not going to buy an Acer. I'm not going to buy a Lenovo. I'm going to look for a used Asus. I looked in Facebook, nothing. I called up 3 or 4 people that I know that are financially established. Yeah, that I'm using an Acer from... I bought it in 2010, but it was a 2009 model. It still works fine, but it needs to be cleaned up. And what it does is, if you open up... I have now 2 channels. If you open up both channels and you open up Skype, and you make the mistake of opening up Facebook, which I just discovered yesterday, it will freeze up the computer. You have to pull the plug. Michael Savella says his friend is a professional video editor and he uses an Asus. Yeah, that's why I wanted the i9. Now I'll tell you something else that people don't know. I wanted the laptop, the Asus Pro Duo laptop, and that's the one I ordered. The one I ordered, 1 terabyte, 4 gigs of DRAM, 16 gigs of memory. That's what it was. And no internal hard drive. It had an HDMI. It had the USB-C, one USB-C plug, 2 USB ports, and one what are they? Super port USB hot seat, something like that. So it was the good one, but with 1 terabyte. But by the time I checked out, it wasn't there anymore. But they said, now you can go online if you Google Computers Philippines. I think they do that just so that you'll go from the, like, 174,000 pesos was actually 25,000 pesos less than they wanted in the ICM mall. So that's 500. But what they wanted online from Lazada, this is all from Lazada, was 224,000 pesos. So really, it was 50,000 pesos less than the last time I checked the price, $1,000 less. Now, I don't know if they really had 9 in stock, and I was just slow on the filling out the form, because I looked up some stuff first to make sure that was, I have a file. I looked up my file, which took about 5 minutes, and by the time I got to checkout, it was gone. I don't know if they even had it. Lazada does that crap all the time. They put something on there that they don't have, and then when you check out, it tells you out of stock. And it was sold by a company, something King, which I've been watching them sell Asus computers through Lazada for 2 years. So I know that it's a legitimate company. Now, there was another company. I forgot the name of it, but they had that computer for 77,000 pesos, 150,000 pesos less than what it was, and that's not possible. But that company just started. I looked it up online, and only had three reviews. So that was a scam. You got to be careful. I mean, if you send your money through the internet here in the Philippines, there's nothing. There's no way you're ever going to get it back. It's not like you're going to go to China to look for a door. They don't have doors anymore. No one answers a physical phone. No one has an address. I remember a guy screwed me for $1,200 online. I can't tell that story. Lazada sucks, Michael. It just sucks. I ordered 19 items from Lazada. Of those 19, they all said they were going to come within 10 business days. It took 3 months to get 8 of the 9 items. And they want you to stay home from 8 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night, 6 days a week. And they tell you it's going to come on the 3rd. Like on the 2nd, they tell you it'll be, your order will arrive tomorrow between 8 and 10 p.m. But they only tell you the day before, the night before. They just tell you that your order will be within the next 10 days. And then on the 8th day, they say your order's coming tomorrow. So you stay home And at 5 o'clock, they send you a message. We are sorry for the inconvenience, but your order is back ordered. It will be approximately 10 more days. Now, they did that. I removed my Lazada emails yesterday. There might have been, no exaggeration, 60 emails telling you that this was going to come, but that it didn't come, and then it's late. And you ordered the order that you made. There was a problem with the shipping card container. What junk? I'm not going to order any. I got the welding cables from Lazada. Got the punching bags from Lazada. They lasted 30 seconds. I punched it 3 times and blew the first bag up. Second bag, they both have tape on them now. I blew the outside. They just sell shit. But if it was from Lazada and it was a computer from Asus, well, you're probably going to get it. But it says COD, but then when you go to check out, it tells you that your order is over 25,000 pesos. Well, I don't drink. I haven't had a beer. I can tell you the day I had my last beer. I was living in Alona Beach in March of 2014. And the owner of the bar that I was living in the apartments behind this bar, Glenn, nice guy. He owns the Birdwatcher bar. Said, you got to have a beer. You're hearing, I said, dude, I don't drink. You got to have. So he put a beer on the table. I don't know what it was. Probably San Miguel. But I don't drink. And I said, if you have a Heineken, I'll drink a Heineken. But he didn't have a Heineken. And I ended up dumping half of it out. And I filled it up with water. And I sat there at the bar for about an hour. But I think that was the only beer I had while I was in the Philippines. It might have been, probably was the only beer. Once I was going to buy a Heineken, they had it on the shelf. And I said, do you have that in ice? And they said, no, sir, we have them in the refrigerator. And I said, well, let me feel it. And it was not a cold refrigerator. I'm not going to drink. I want Heineken on ice. And I didn't really want one that bad anyway, so I just passed altogether. Well, let me get this stuff blown off. I don't drink alcohol. They could deliver. Actually, you're right about the San Miguel, but there's a truck. There's somebody on this truck, somebody on this block, and I know who it is. Drinks San Miguel. And the San Miguel truck comes down this block just to supply. There's 2 people that they enjoy drinking beer. And I don't know how often it comes down the block, but there's a San Miguel truck with, not a small truck either. We're talking about, it might hold 200 cases, maybe more. I don't know anything about how many cases fit on a big truck, but they come down the block every once in a while. But I don't drink, so you could put alcohol in front of me. You could put anything in front of me. I don't get involved with any of that crap anymore. I'm glad about that, but I mean, I don't think. My opinion about people that drink alcohol is not a good opinion. Not at all. I will occasionally have a shot of rum to go to sleep if I'm not tired, or if I had coffee and I drank too much coffee. But I will not. Drinking alcohol, like the first, there's a guy carrying a case of San Miguel right now. It's not the truck though. I don't look fondly on people that drink alcohol. I have a big problem with it. Okay, I never had an alcohol problem, but my men, drank alcohol. And all my life I dealt with people that were drunks that worked in the construction field. I don't get along well with alcoholics in real life. And one of the biggest reasons is because they lie. And I just had that conversation with somebody not so long ago. They tell you shit that ain't true. And then a few weeks later they laugh about it. But it's not funny. It's not funny. When you, in theory, I could know you for 25 years and you could lie to me just once and I tell you, hey, you know what? I don't need to hear the bullshit. And I'm being serious as a heart attack. If you tell me some kind of bullshit and you expect me to believe it, that's the thing that's insulting. That you think I'm stupid enough to believe your bullshit. Typically, I will just tell you, we're done. We're done, not just for today, but we're done. So if that happens and the person is a friend of mine, I'll confront them with it, indirectly or directly. But they'll know, I know that they were bullshitting me and I didn't appreciate it. And if they're listening, that's too damn bad. But I'm going to tell you something. I don't like alcoholics because they lie. Number one, they lie. Number two, they're not responsible people. They tell you they're going to be there at 8 o'clock, and yeah, okay, maybe they show up at 8 o'clock. But they were freaking drunk all night, and they're going to give you 50% of your labor for the day, but they're going to want 100% of their pay. I don't like alcoholics. And working here in the Philippines, I would not say that everybody's an alcoholic, but I would say that everybody I know in construction is an alcoholic, whether they have a family or not. Whether they consider it to be an alcoholic here, I don't know. It would be hard for me to work with most of the people I've met here. I have met people in the city that do construction that don't drink, and we've talked about this with some of the men I met in the city, because I do a lot of stuff in the city and I stop and talk to some of the men. But locally in the province, you can rest assured that out of 100 construction workers, 99, 97, 98 are going to be drink serious. I mean, we're not talking about somebody that just has like a beer at the end of the day. We're talking about on payday, on Easter, Christmas, New Year's. We're talking about somebody that if they had enough money to stay drunk for a week, they would. Now me, I never did that. I never did that. Once I remember getting drunk, really drunk during the day. I was living in my first apartment across from the water. God, it must have been 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's the only time I ever drank during the day in my whole life in New York. On vacation I did once also. But I don't know how it started. I have no idea how it started. I was at a friend's house. We were drinking. We were swimming in the pool in the backyard. And I lived right across the street from where I ended up having an apartment. And the tequila came out. And I don't know what time it was. It was still sunny. I remember going home. I had to walk across the street. And this is I remember that day like it was yesterday. And I remember walking, literally bouncing off a wall. Literally. I didn't do it on purpose, but I was walking down the hallway. Now, I don't know if I hit the door jamb into the bathroom. I have no idea what I hit, but I woke up on the floor. It did knock me out. That's how hard I hit my head. And then I crawled into bed. And that was the only time I ever drank in my whole life during the day. And that was probably in 1978 or 1979. That was just one time. And then one time I drank in Bonaire on the day that we stopped diving after 10 days of diving. They had duty-free alcohol in Bonaire. And on the last day, after all the partying we did, I mean, we drank every day. We were on vacation, but not excessive. I was hanging out with the colonel that runs the Panama Canal, and the colonel, the delegate, the U.S. the whole delegation, and the colonels and whatever they are that protect the delegation. They invited me to hang out with them for like the whole trip. We met in the airport, and then turned out we were all going to the same hotel, and we were all good divers, and they wanted me to hang with them. I guess I was an odd man out, but they needed an odd man for an odd person diving. So I dove with these people 2 and 3 times a day. But on the last day, everybody had been buying bottles of booze. And on the last day, we decided we were going to drink it all, because you couldn't. You could take it on the plane with you, but you're only allowed to take 2 bottles. So we got, oh God, the day before we left, we got hammered. Oh God. Holy shit, did we get, everybody was drunk. It was like the whole U.S. delegation for the Panama Canal and everybody else. It was called the Bonaire. The hotel was Bonaire. I forgot the name of the hotel, but it was. And then everybody left their booze. We drank all day and all night, and then everybody left their booze out on the table, and the maids didn't pick it up. So in the morning, I had 2 suitcases, but only one of them had anything really in it, and I wanted an empty suitcase because I was going to bring back alcohol. So what I did was I filled up both suitcases, packed it with alcohol. You're only allowed to bring 2 bottles back, but you could pay duty on all your bottles if you wanted. So they were overweight, they were oversized because they had like they were dive gear suitcases. They were overweight, and when I got to the airport, I had to get a porter. You couldn't carry them, you couldn't pick them up. And when I got to customs, they said to me, "What's in this? What's in the suitcase?" I said, alcohol. He said, "How much?" And I told him about 40 bottles. And he goes, "Get out of here." Like that, "Get out of here." Because he didn't care about that. But if I was going to pay the duty on them, but he just said, because I probably was stinking of liquor. Everybody was stinking of liquor. But that was the only time I ever got drunk. That day, we drank all the day before we left, and all that night, and all through the next morning. And my dive buddy, Mickey, threw him out of the room to do something. He never forgot that, because we went on a couple of more trips together. He goes, "Are you going to throw me out of the room?" I'm going, "If that opportunity comes up, you'll have to leave for a few hours." I won't tell you what I did or who, but that was some vacation. The Bonaire. We did that every November 2nd through November 12th for 3 years. That worked out really, really. That was a lot of fun. That was a standard vacation for the Ed and Jean Tiedemann Dive Center in Levittown, Long Island. That was fun. That was really fun. You can call up Tiedemann Dive Center, Tiediman, Tiedemann Dive Center in Levittown, Long Island. Now I haven't seen those people since 1985. Just say 1985. I haven't seen either Ed or Gene. You call them up. You call them up. You look it up online. They still have the dive shop as of 2 years ago. You call them up. If they answer the phone, you ask them if they remember Michael Fozzi. And ask them what they remember about Michael Fozzi. Everywhere. Every dive vacation. Every dive vacation. I was half of the A-team. Everywhere. Every dive vacation. It got to the point where they would tell me, we're not going to take you on our dive trips anymore. It wasn't just Bonaire. It was Florida, the Devil's Ear, the Florida Keys, Key West diving. They ask Ed and Gene Tiedemann. And either one of them, they'll remember me. They'll remember. Ed, they got to them, we'll take him, but you're not coming. And then they'd always let me go. But I think they thought it was fun. It was kind of like I was like an amusement to them because something always happened. in when we stayed at Hall's, Halls, Hall's Diving Center in the Florida Keys, in Marathon, mile marker 50. I don't like to tell you what I did, but I took off my dive gear in 100 feet of water. The mask, the snorkel, the tank, the fins, everything. And I put the mask only back on. And then I took a breath of air and walked like across like the bottom in 100 feet of water now, not like 20 feet of water. Holy macaroni. You had to see Jeannie, her name was Jeannie. You had to see her, the look on her face when I did that. I took extra weight. I took somebody else's extra weight and my weight. And but the fact that I took all my dive gear off and left it, and then walked like 10, 12 feet away, and then, you got to get back to it. You're going to need air. And there were other people there, but still, it was not, it's not OSHA approved. Not Patty or Nowie approved. But the look on her face when she saw me take all that stuff off and started walking, she can't. I'll still remember her zooming down from above because the dive masters always stay above you and they watch you. Anyway, I got to get my foot, being off my foot for half an hour. That felt really good. I'll check the comments. Michael Lee 73. I'm almost ready. I gotta do. I'm gonna buy a G25, a G32, the G32 rebar cutter bender. It's a combination unit before I start the groundwork. I want to have the rebar bender on the job when I start digging the holes, because the rebar for the footings is 32 bar. And I'm not going to hire 10 Filipinos with pipes to bend my rebar. So I bought, it's a done deal. I bought the G32 rebar bender cutter. It's got a cutter that cuts up to a number 40 bar, you could cut a 40 bar with it because rebar is soft, but it says 32. But you can cut a 32 bar and you can bend a 32 bar. Now, I know a lot of people don't know what I'm talking about, so I'll show it to you. Okay, so if this, I think I'm done with that. If this is a piece of rebar, this would be a 5 bar, okay? 5/8 of an inch. Now, I'm going to be using 32 bar is what I'm going to be using for my footings because I'm going up 4 stories. So that bar is about 32 bar. It's big. It's like 1 3/8 inches. That's what the rebar bender will bend, 1 3/8 bar. So if you wanted to bend that with pipes, and I've seen guys do it with pipes, they get 10-foot pipes and they cut a tree stump, they stick giant spikes in the tree stump. Some guys use a torch, which is against the law, to heat it up, and then they try to bend that 32 bar. And I don't have to use 32 bar. I could use 20 bar, 24 bar, but I'm going to probably use the 32s because of the earthquakes. But it could take them 10, 15 minutes, 10 men to make 190-degree bend. With the rebar bender, you just push the foot pedal down, and 1-inch bar will just go like this. You can make a loop in it like that in 3.5 seconds. You can't do that by hand at all. It would be near impossible. So the rebar bender will bend up to a 32 bar. I'm going to be using 24 bar, but I probably throw some 32 bar inside the middle of the columns if I can get 40-foot lengths simply for earthquake proofing. Now, if I have to bend it, I have the bender, and the bender will cut up to a 32 bar also. So I'm getting all of this work done, and then I have to move my cargo containers. Just one, really, I have to move, and it's got to be moved. And then I'm going to start on the west side of the property and get columns in so I could get the first section of the hotel built. But I want to have a rebar bender before I start the job. I don't want to start the job, dig the holes, and then have to get the rebar bender. So that's number one. The way the lockdown is now, it's getting more serious. I don't know that I can actually go get that right this minute. But I have the rebar bender. I just have to go get it. I refuse to give anybody $5,000, $4,000 over the internet. I don't mind putting a deposit down on something, but I'm not sending $4,000 to a company. There are so many people going out of business. I'm not going to do that. So the rebar bender, for say like a 1-inch bar, like that, which is impossible to bend without a 10-foot pipe and 10 men, in 3 seconds it will turn the rebar into a 180-degree loop, exactly like this size, exactly this size. It'll be a 3-inch, 3.5-inch, 1 3/4 radius. You can do that in 3 seconds. Or you could stop it anywhere in between, or you could straighten it out. Okay? So that's the answer to your question. It's very soon. Yeah, Michael Sevilla, they drink too much. They don't Listen, you know, at first I couldn't figure out what the problem was. The problem is there's nothing else for these people to do. They don't own cars, typically. They don't own boats. Like, you know, I had Ocean Racer, I had a center console, I had a Cobra, a truck, a house, another truck, a pickup truck, a van. They don't own any of that stuff. They don't have computers. And if they do have a cell phone, they watch, you know, nonsense music videos. They drink. It's their pastime. It's just their culture. It's not, you know, every day. I don't know what time it is, but right now there's a party going on very close to me right now. Every day. Every day, 7 days a week since the day I got here 6.5 years ago. It doesn't ever stop. It only stops when they run out of money. So they drink too much. That's true. Thank you, Lee73 gives me a thumbs up on that question. So the rebar bender is it's new. Now it's 185,000 pesos, Lee, which is just under 4,000 plus shipping. So it's about 15,000 pesos to ship it. But it will save me. I mean, I need 4,000 hoops, at least 4,000 hoops to build the hotel by the time I'm done. Now, it also bends flat stock, square stock, and I guess if you heated it up, tube stock. But the machine, if you figured out how much money it would cost you to bend, the hoops are just one small part of what needs to be bent. A lot of the 16 bar and 20 bar and 24 bar, a lot of that has to get what I would call a whip in it, you know, so like it goes straight and then it goes up and then it goes like this and then back down and like that to go around something. There's a lot of bending, and to do it with pipes and leverage is how they do it. But you know, you need to put 6 or 7 men on the end of a piece of 10-foot pipe to bend what they. I'm not going to work. I don't work like that. I just don't work like that. So, and then to cut it, you got these guys cutting it with chop saws and sawzalls, and they cut it with torches, which is against the law. But not here in it. Well, I don't know. You're not allowed to cut rebar with torches. But when you figure out that it might take 2 men 7 minutes to make a hoop, and they're all different sizes because they go on a piece of metal. I got the hoop bending steel. I took it off of a job that was abandoned, and they you know, left to go to just bend it. But I'm not going to do that. I might have a hand bender on occasion to bend something if I'm up off. But the rebar bender's going up. I'm going to walk it up from floor to floor. It weighs 800 pounds. It's not a toy. It's 800-pound item. But if it takes 7-8 minutes to make one hoop, and I can make a hoop in 40 seconds, a perfect 90-degree hoop with your inside hooks in 40 seconds, and I save 7 minutes on 4,000 hoops, that's 28,000, that's 30,000 minutes, that's 500 hours in just bending time. Plus every hoop is identical, it's exactly the same size. I will not work with, you got these guys here, they bend the hoops by hand. One is an 1/8 inch big, one is a 1/4 inch small, and then they put the hoops on the steel, and they take a pair of vice grips and they clamp the steel to the hoop, and the hoop bends towards the steel, and the steel bends a little bit towards the hoop, and then they put double wire on it. It's too much work. It's not professional at all. So the money that the rebar bender will save me from the start to finish of the job will be astronomically more than what it costs to have two men bend hoops all day. Plus, the bigger bar could take 40 minutes to make a bend on a big bar, and it takes 3 seconds with a 1-inch bar, number 12 bar, 14 bar, 16 bar, 20 bar. It takes 3 seconds. That's it. That's why. All right, so it's starting to rain. Didn't see that coming. All right. I put this underneath and I'll still finish that damn thing. Let me blow this off, this area here. One minute. Yo! I gotta get water. Amigo! Hello! The water truck is here, baby. Need water. You will Polly Hope bring it in the back? Good. Polly Hope? Yes, no problem. Yeah, only one. Three. Three. Only three. No. Three. You bring that back? Don't worry. Yeah? Okay. My friend is already under control. Right here, amigo. Over here. Yeah. Right there, beautiful. Salamat. Now they get candy, baby. Okay. Salamat. Thank you so much, amigo. Okay, you have a nice day. Amping. Salamat. Right up by yan. All right, well, another little excursion. Give him gave him 15 pieces of candy, which is 15 pesos, and then I gave them a cash tip of 14 pesos because that's all the change I had. If they carry it, if they don't carry it, then I just pay them and give them 10 pesos in candy. But if you give them a little extra, I think these guys would carry it upstairs. They're just hard-working guys, those guys in the water truck. All right, now, putting the tools away. Brian, Brian Hopper. Lee 73. I don't know if you're still with us, still here, but let me show you what they bend the rebar with. There's a couple of different, versions of this. They they will screw this to a wall or a tree stump, and then they put the rebar in here and they bend it. Now that's good for hoops, for the number 3 or number 4 bar, but you cannot bend like 6 or 8 bar with this. You have to go with a bigger set of frame that weighs like over 100 pounds, because it just, there's not enough leverage. So so they'll spend a month to bend, I don't know, 500 loops, and then if they're in a hurry. I can't work like that. This is what they call a rebar bender here in the Philippines. They have another tool that with a leverage on it. I'm not going to work like that. And then you can't cut it. The bar cutter only cuts up to like 3/4 inch bar. Lee 73, yellow theme. Well, we'll have yellow. Don't worry about that. We will have yellow. Maybe I'll get an old car, an old station wagon, and paint it yellow and hang it from the roof. I could do that, I could definitely do that. Okay, so what I need to do now is get rid of this. Oh, this is always the fun part of the day. Humping this thing around. I've been humping this around for 30 years. It weighs about 65 pounds. Maybe 50 pounds. Either way, at the end of the day, it weighs a lot. So, I don't need the glasses. No missteps with this, otherwise you throw it on the floor. Yeah, baby. Another successful. Whew. All right, now. I got to get one thing and then I'll be right back. One more thing. I forgot to get the one more thing, too. Oh, I forgot. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, I forgot the thing I needed most. Cold water. I got it now. I was thirsty. Huh, 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 huh. Oh boy. Huh, huh, huh. That was my lunch. I didn't eat lunch. All right, well, I'm done for today. I gotta still soak my leg for an hour in the solution. And it'll take an hour and a half to take the old shelving down, at least, if not longer. And it ain't gonna happen today because it takes me an hour and a half to soak my leg and rebandage it. So it's probably 4 o'clock already. So I'm done. My lunch, 6 pieces of Mentos. And it'll give me some sugar for to get the rest of the tools in. A little bit of I didn't eat anything at all. The last thing I ate was 2 slices of bread and one pat little slab of cheese. That was at 7 o'clock this morning. I didn't eat anything after that at all, actually. I forgot to eat in the afternoon when it gets really hot. I can't eat anyway. All right, I'm gonna go put the rest of these tools away. I'll check for comments. I don't think there's gonna be any comments, but I'll check. Lee 73. All right. I'm going to put the rest of the tools away. I have other tools out by the cargo container door because this morning when I woke up, I had no plan at all to build this shelf. That was not the plan. Nor was it the plan. The plan was to fix the wheelbarrows and to do a private job. And for my friends that end up watching this video, I thought I had 14 hours of private videos to send to you guys, but I loaded the last one last night. It's probably closer to 20 hours of working on my private stuff. So if you watch it, you watch it. If not, one day that'll all be public. Not this week. All right. Gotta. I'm ready to put that shelf in the house. Well, I'm ready to bring it over to the door. I'm not going to do any more painting on that shelf. If I ever do any painting, it'll be after it's up. But I probably won't. Ah, ah, ah. All right, well, I'm about ready to say goodnight to everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Tomorrow, well, the truth is, I got something private to do. Well, the truth is, I got something private to do tomorrow. I don't know that my private job, I don't know that my private job will be finished. Finished at what time? It could take. I got something private to do. It should only take about theoretically, 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 should take an hour. I've done the same job many times before in an hour. But you never know. Could be 2 hours. Could be 3 hours. You got to see what happens. So I'm going to tell you guys good day. God day to everybody from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby. And remember, as screwed up and as long as it took me to do what I did today, I did put 6 hours, 7 hours that you saw into projects. Now again, I always tell people the reason I'm moving slow is because of the foot. The injury of the foot is slowing me down by at least 50 to 75%. I could work 4 times faster than I am if I didn't have pain and I didn't have to worry about banging my leg up against an errant piece of wood or something like that. Got to tell you again. Right now, even though I took the 2 ibuprofen, 400 milligram ibuprofens, but about an hour and a half ago, right now, from just standing in one spot. If I was walking around the city, my leg wouldn't even hurt. Not this afternoon, not after dinner at all. But just standing there, the pressure on the wounds that are there is phenomenal. I could walk around for 10 hours and not have a problem, but just standing. But right now, I'll tell you again, the amount of pain coming from my right calf muscle, not so much the foot anymore. The injury to the top of the foot is 90% healed. But the pain coming from the back of my calf muscle, where I did have an infection in my calf muscle, and I did take antibiotics, 2 different types of antibiotics on multiple occasions. Well, one for 2 weeks and then another one for 2 weeks. But the amount of pain that's coming out of my foot, my calf muscle right now, that would prevent a lesser man from doing anything at all. You wouldn't even want to get out of bed. Yet, if I don't, I'm not going to get anything done. So I don't have a choice. So I work slow. I get some work done. Whatever I get done is plus. And the leg is healing. Probably, I'm thinking, started taking the good medicine in December, January. I'm thinking by July, all the infection and all the subdermal wounds will be healed. And then when that starts, then then I can start working like a man again. Right now, I'm working at like 25% of what I know my potential is. Not because I'm old. I mean, I could still work much harder than most young men. I can't because of the leg. And maybe I can't work harder than most young men if they wanted to work. But you just leave me alone on a job site, and you leave the young guys that are coming up in this world doing construction alone on a job site with no incentive. Let's just say they're going to get paid for the day, and you give them a job to do. But you're not there to see what time they get to work, what time they quit for lunch, what time they stop work at the end of the day. You're not there to watch that. Me, I'm going to get up every day at the same time and get the job done. They're not going to do that unless there's somebody there pushing them. That's just the way it is. And when my generation and the next generation after me that learned a little bit, it disappears, there'll be nobody to build stuff. There'll be robots. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. God day to everybody from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby. Closing it down. I'm Ping Permy, which means take care always. Bye-bye for now.